Good morning. For those of you that don't know, I'm David Naiman. I'm the president of the Montgomery County Board of Elections. We have a quorum this morning. Board Vice President Daniel Corona, Board Secretary Ami Hoper, Board Member Diane Dillon, Board Member Alex Vincent. Just a show of hands, how many of you were here on Wednesday? Thank you very much. How many of you are new today? Awesome, thank you. Thanks for joining us. How many of you worked during early voting? How many of you worked on election day? Wow. Thank you all. You may wonder why I keep asking you those questions. I'm impressed by it every day. Today we have a guest visiting us, so I wanted to make sure she had a chance to see what the numbers were. So, quite frankly, it was a little bit for effect there, but I'm just impressed by how devoted all of you are to this process. And perhaps I've said it before, but I don't know. I can never say it too many times. I really appreciate the fact that you're here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we plan to do today after I turn the microphone over to our guest. Our guest today is Montgomery County Council Vice President Kate Stewart, who is also the council member for District 4, which happens to include my home. That's not why she's here. Kate is a distinguished public official for many years. Before she was on the county council, she was the mayor of Tacoma Park. She currently, in addition to being the vice president of the council, is the chair of the Government Operations and
Fiscal policy.
Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee of the council, which is very important to this board. And anyway, and she has been a staunch supporter of our work, and so she was kind enough on the day after election day to send Boris and me a very nice note about what she observed on election day, and I responded with an invitation to come tell you guys herself. So I'll turn it over to her right now. Thank you very much, Kate.
Thank you, David. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today, and I know probably some of you I saw in early voting and election day. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the work that you are doing. I wasn't up for election this year, which is actually kind of nice to take a year in which I could go to the polls during early voting and on election day and talk to voters about voting. And I will say, I was just sharing with Daniel and David and want to share with you all, since you'll be doing mail-in ballots and provisional ballots today, some of my experience. So on election day, I was at the polls all day, like many of you. And in the evening, I was in Silver Spring and talking to voters. The line was over 2 hours for voting that evening. And part of the reason was a lot of people go there and it's not their polling site, right? And we were just talking about that. But what's so important, and what the work of some of you who were there, and I know at Brazener and Gaithersburg High School, those are our big places where people sometimes go where it's not their polling site and it's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock on election night, is really helping people figure out where the polling site is, whether or not they can get there, and then explaining the provisional ballot process and assuring them that that ballot, their vote, will be counted. It was so important to people. And, being here today is important for me because I wanted to send that message to you all. Because people stood in those lines and we told them, you can't get to your assigned polling site, but if you stay here and do a provisional ballot, we promise you that ballot will be counted. And that was so important. And we kept so many people in line who did cast their ballot. So one, I just want to thank you for that. and for doing this work today. And then the other thing I wanted to tell you is the mail-in ballots. My daughter is a senior at Boston University right now. And so this is her first big election. And she was so excited to be a Maryland voter to vote in this election. She actually called me while she was filling out her ballot. But she did it the minute she got it. She posted it the same day. She's like, I want to make sure it gets in there because it was so important to her. And I know each of us have a lot of different experiences with people because we're seeing mail-in ballots increase over the years. But again, for people to know and have that confidence that they do a mail-in ballot, it's going to get counted, is so very important moving forward. And given where we are in this country right now, I do want to just say thank you for doing this work. You know, before it was important work and probably not really recognized as much as it should have been. And your work now has become so, so important to make sure that people have trust in our election process and to know that their neighbors, community members are part of it and going to ensure that their votes get counted and we hold fair elections is so important. So thank you, all of you, for being here, and I just wanted to share my appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, I second everything that Kate said. So today, according to the calendar, about 22 minutes ago was the deadline for mail-in ballots that were postmarked by election day to be received by the Board of Elections. And I haven't discussed this specifically with Boris this morning, but I'm quite sure that there were staff people at all the locations where the mail could arrive today because the board has post office boxes, you know, et cetera, to make sure that any ballot that arrived by 10 a.m. today was logged in as arriving by 10 a.m. today. It is also, according to state law, today is the day that we start what is called the mail-in ballot canvass 2. Just to make things interesting for you all, you may remember that on Wednesday, that was the day to start the provisional ballot canvass, and we started it and we recessed it. Today, we're going to unrecess the provisional ballot canvass, and we're going to recess the mail-in ballot canvass until later today, where I think we're going to be opposite. We're going to come back to mail-in ballots. Basically, we're going to have a full day, but it's not going to be all one thing. Kate mentioned one of the many reasons that that people vote by provisional ballot. First of all, I should say 2-hour waits are unacceptable. You're going to do something about it, whether it's legislation, whether it's more resources, whatever it is. The national standard is that you should wait no more than 30 minutes to vote, and we will definitely address it in some fashion. I have ideas, you may have ideas, feel free to, you know, to let us know. Most of them require state legislation, but we know some people in the state legislature, so we might, you know, we'll give that a shot. But anyway, in the meantime, people do vote provisionally because they think that they can come to the polling place on election day like they did for early voting. And it's not their election day polling place. There are some people who did not get or do not believe that they received their mail-in ballot. They may have ordered a web delivered printed home ballot but not realized it and were waiting for it to arrive in the US mail. They may have gotten their ballot back in September because they're on the permanent mail-in ballot list and lost it in the meantime. And I don't say that with any judgment, because if that was me, I could easily lose it too. Sometimes they are waiting to get the notice from us that their ballot was received. And if they didn't get that notice, they get nervous and they go to the polls. It may be a matter of convenience that they, they live in one part of the county, but they're near a location where they think they can vote in another part of the county. There's a whole variety of reasons, that people vote provisionally. We're gonna do our part to try to, not have the record number of provisional ballots. As I understand it, it's about 27,000 provisional ballots, which, if it's not an all-time record, it's certainly a recent record. It's an all-time. Okay. I knew that we haven't had that many since I've been on the board since 2011. So anyway, we're going to do what we can to not have as many in the future. But in the meantime, fortunately, we have all of you. People ask us, why does Montgomery County take longer? Why does Montgomery County have this huge room? Why, et cetera? Why are we just doing this in our basement, at our office? We have a limitation on space. But the gist of it is that we have a lot of ballots to get through. And we could not do it without you. So we really appreciate your being here. As I do for every session, I just want to remind everyone of my public health message, which is if you're not feeling well, please take the day off and come back and enjoy. We want everyone to, number one, we want everyone to be able to be here, and number two, we want everyone to enjoy the day that you're not here. So please, consider that if you are not feeling well. I'm fortunate that I had a minor cold, but I'm on the upswing. Anyway, we're fortunate that we're all doing okay today. I'm deciding whether I should have our motion first or pass it to you first. You should have your motion. Okay, I will. Okay. I just decided. Thank you for helping me decide. Not a problem. Okay, I'm gonna call on Dave.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I move that we open the meeting about canvas 2 and recess it. Then to reopen the provisional ballot canvas.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. It is unanimous. Okay, I will pass the microphone to Morris.
Good morning, everyone. I didn't feel that well on Tuesday, and we practiced what we preached, so I took myself out of rotation for Wednesday. You guys were here, you did well. Every time we talk about numbers, I know there are a few of you who like to hear the numbers. And David mentioned that we always take a bit longer. Just to put things in perspective, you are ahead of the class of all other 23 jurisdictions. As of Wednesday, this group canvassed 133,000 mail-in ballots. Second highest county is Baltimore County with 101. We are 30% of all. To make it even better, there will be no other county that will canvass 133,000 total this election cycle. We are category for ourselves. So it's not even a competition. That's simple as that. Simple as it. It will be different day to day. There will be few different instructions. Please, Michelle will take you through the provisional ballots. We do what we do always. Follow the instructions. If you have questions, just raise your hand. We don't guess. We don't test theories. Just raise your hand. There'll be runners who will help you to move on. Sure.
Good morning, everybody. You all should have a copy of the provisional ballot instructions for accepting full in front of you. If you don't, just raise your hand and the runners will take it to you. I'm gonna go through basically what we need to do. If you have any questions along the way, just raise your hand, okay? So what I brought today is the early voting originals in full, and they're split up by day. So you'll get packs of 50 at the beginning. The last pack for that day will be less than 50. Okay, so they'll all be 50s till you get to that one, and then the next day will be 50s until you get to the last one. When you get them, make sure you count them. And make sure the number matches the number on your sheet. These sheets will now be yellow, not green like the mail-in ones, okay? You will, when you get the ballots, you will look at the very, and this is the back part of the application, where the judge, and it's the very top picture on your instructions, where the judge would have written what ballot style they were issued. No. What ballot style they were issued was at the top. You're gonna compare it to the ballot style that they voted on the middle section. Okay? Once those two numbers need to match. If they do not, raise your question card and a runner will come. If they match, go ahead and open your application. When you open the application, you're going to use your little cutters and cut along the side that says insert oath here along that side. Okay? Once you take the ballot out, if the ballot style does not match what they were supposed to vote, what they voted, so the two numbers that you check, if it does not match, raise your hand, put it back in the envelope, and a runner will come to your table. Okay, if it matches, then you're gonna do the same thing you did for mail-in, take the ballot out, make sure it's not torn, it's not ripped, it's not stained, flatten it out. Make sure that the ovals are filled in. If it's pencil, you know what to do, you raise your pencil card. If it is torn or something like that and you need to duplicate it, need a ballot card, get your new ballot. You're gonna put the same thing, original ballot on this ballot and highlight it. The batch number on the thing is not gonna be numbers like it was for the mail-in. It's gonna say EBD1-1 for the first batch. -2 for the second batch. You need to write that, and then you need to write -1, 2, 3, whatever you're duplicating, okay? Same thing. Those are the easy, straightforward ones. In your pack, you might have some that have this yellow form on there, and if you keep looking at the instructions, you'll see that it's listed on the instructions too. There are 2 of them stapled to the applications, and they're randomly in there. That means the voter is an accepted full, but the ballot does need to be duplicated onto the correct ballot style for the precinct they were supposed to vote. Okay, on the yellow sheet, it'll have the district and precinct and the ballot style that you need to duplicate the ballot onto. Okay? So when you ask for ballot, this is the ballot style you're gonna be asking for, what's on the yellow sheet. Once you duplicate it, do your whole highlighter thing, you're gonna take one of these off and attach it to the original ballot. Okay? So it'll be one on the original ballot and one stays on the application. We got a ton of staples. Brought a whole box. Once you're done with that, you're gonna do the same thing, you're gonna count your ballots at the end. Count your applications, fill out your yellow sheets, make sure you started with 50, you ended with 50. If there is, like normal, a voter intent question, raise your question card. And we will go ahead and give you one of the folders, it's gonna be the exact same way that you did it before, okay? If it's an intent, you only put the ballot into the envelope, do not put the application into the envelope. Okay? I'm sorry, if it's a voter intent question, we will get you the envelope to put it in, but you only put the ballot, do not put the application into the envelope. Just exactly as mailing. For a voter intent, only ballots. You're gonna raise your question part at the beginning, that's gonna be at the very, very beginning, and then we'll deal with those. Okay?
So, as David mentioned, we have 27,000 provisionals to process. Today is the first day that we are starting. Today is the day to learn the process right. So please take your time, there is no need to rush in the beginning. We would like to have the same quality of work that you delivered for the mail-in ballots throughout the whole process. You guys know very well that anything that we do is subject to audits. We have a history of clean audits. We'd like to maintain that history. So please, just raise your hand. We will come along. Let's do it right from the very beginning. We understand it's more complex, it's a new process, but we'll get it.
Are there any questions? Yes, so.
Issue ballot, is that kind of what they were supposed to be voting in the first place, the style they were supposed to be voting?
So the very top part where it says issued is what they were given at the polling place. Yes, it's what they should have voted. When the research was what, yeah, it's what the poll and what the election judge said that they were supposed to vote. What the election judge said they were supposed to vote. Once the research is done, that's where it says the ballot style required. That is the one that they should have voted. Right? Yes.
So, obviously those have gone through processing before,
Louder so people in the back here.
I'm not sure it can, it's a voting day. So I'm assuming those have already been touched and worked with by the provisional, so. When you got a ballot from, let's say, the wrong precinct, they came in after work and it was a different precinct. Have those been duplicated and is that what's in there?
No, so none of these have been open, none of these, just like the mail-in ones. They're not open until you guys open them and you guys open them, that's what I'm saying. If you see that when they were issued,
Yeah.
does not match what's inside. The people doing the research have no idea what's truly inside other than what the election judge put there. So if the election judge put a 13 when it was supposed to be a 31 because he missed the numbers, they're looking at a 13 and doing everything on a 13. That's why I said, if you see that there's a difference, please raise your hand right away and we will get it solved.
And is the process for mail-ins not mailed and therefore they voted another ballot for that became provisional so as not to duplicate, to identify that there might be duplicate ballots of those all handled the same way as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think they mentioned multiple reasons why someone might vote provisional. When you receive provisionals in Kansas, the rule is the same. Staff in the office is not allowed to open these envelopes. Only you, under the auspice of the Board of Kansas. That's number one. Number two, we can only go by what the election judges wrote on the back. So we trust you to alert us if there's misplaced digit here and there on the allocation on the balance. And the reason why provisional is here today, let's say if someone requested mail-in ballot and voted provisional. Reason you will be processing provisional because that mail-in ballot was never received. We don't like two ballots to vote to. Only one for every single vote. That's how the system works. There was some question about it.
Before we get to your question, I got it. Before we get to that question. In addition to that, the ballots that are processed as provisionals, if we get the mail-in ballot, we have some mail-in ballots that haven't been processed yet. We have some that may arrive today before 9 o'clock. Those will not be counted with the provisionals that count. We have systems to check those. And if I understand correctly, basically there should be 3 checks. There's there's the top of the application, there's the middle of the application, and then there's the ballot itself. And if those 3 do not match, then there's a reason to raise your hand and get assistance. And I just wanted to explain that to us, when we say these are accepted in fulls, an example of an accept in part would be if you lived in the 6th congressional district, but you voted your provisional ballot in the 8th congressional district where you could not vote in the 8th congressional district congressional race. And so we would accept every race for which that voter was eligible, but not the one where they don't live there. The accepted fulls are gonna be people who have the right to vote in all those races. You might still need a new ballot style, because remember, we do ballot styles by precinct. And the person lives in a different precinct, they have to have a ballot style that conforms to their precinct. And that's in order to have results at the end of the election by precinct. So, so there are gonna be instances where you're gonna be doing a duplication and it's gonna be exactly the same, but just on a different ballot style. Now, there was a question back here. Right,
Talking about kinds of documents, application and the ballot.
correct.
Could you explain that there's going to be something called an application? I'm sorry, so that is attached to the ballot?
So you know how the mail-in, the ones that you've done the mail-in, you have the envelope, and inside the envelope is the ballot. So these come with an envelope, but the application that the voter filled out is still there.
On the envelope.
It's basically the envelope.
And the oath is, where is that?
The oath is where they sign on the front part,
On the envelope.
Thank
you. Thank you.
yes.
Is it a question of time of receipt or in-person versus mail that takes precedent? In other words, if somebody votes provisionally, you receive the mail-in ballot and then somebody votes provisionally, which counts.
Okay, so which counts is resolved at the research level on the staff level in the office. The law requires first legally sufficient receipt. But sufficient receipt is the date that the oath was signed, either on the provisional ballot or mail-in ballot. Again, what you get here has already been researched. You will not get anything that has any kind of question mark above. So if there is absentee or mail-in ballot returned, and the provisional as well, what you get here is the one that's legally sufficient, the other one will be rejected. So, for someone it will be provisional, so for someone will be mail-in ballot. But that is the part of the job that staff does in the office as a part of all research.
Okay, so it's a question of time to see research, but it's what happens first, not whether it's or.
What happens first, as decided, as acted upon by the voter, him or herself.
And let's say in defense of elected judges, later to the information they have available at the time.
Exactly.
So it may not be that they, made a mistake or transferred something, they can only do what they know at the time.
Can I just share something? Just everyone who served during the election day, okay? You all are fully aware that we audit everything that we do. I can tell you right now that the audit for the election day was conducted already. And we scored really, really high. There were no major errors when it comes to this. Is there situations where people, as Michelle was saying, write 31 instead of 30? We are human beings. There were long days. There were many people in line. There were tons of provisions, 27,000 to be correct. So no one is saying that there were errors because there were intentional errors. But again, there were long days, there were long lines. People were trying to rush through, so people don't spend the whole day in lines. We understand. That's why we have one check in the office, you are another check. We will get it right. So what's counted on the end, what's exactly should be counted.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, but I.
Yeah, we only followed.
Real quick, I think you know why I'm asking this question. If it's an SDR, do we have to look for that, or have you already taken care of that?
We've already taken care of all that.
Repeat the question.
He's asking if it's an SDR. Everybody that worked. Thank you, guys. I know all of you, most of you work election day, and if you were at a provisional table, you know SDR is the same day registration. All those, the regular provisionals, any provisional that came through, has been looked at, you guys don't need to look at any of that other than what's inside to see if it matches what they voted. And to make sure that the ballot is scannable, so there's no tears, that's the most important thing, you can see the votes. If there's a voter intent, you know, you raise your question card. If you need another ballot duplicated, you raise your question card. All the research for any and everything has already been done.
And let me just say, I think I said it before, but I'm gonna say it again, while we've been here, our staff, we have staff in the office who has been and are still doing research on provisional ballots. So we are very appreciative, they are not the ones who are, in front of a camera right now. But, they're doing the work that, allows us to come here with these ballots that have already been researched, that are ready to be.
And anybody else have any other questions?
There were some applications that had oaths inserted into the application. Will we have the oaths with the application who received it?
So if a voter or election judge advise a voter wrongly to put the oath in the application, original application, you will find it when you open the application itself. Please raise your hand, we have to collect that oath. Okay, if that's the case. The second thing before I forget, this is new. I would really ask everyone, go through the instructions with your partner. Raise your hand whenever you have a question. Expect us to interrupt, to answer any question that we believe would be beneficial for all of you, so we can have a good study.
So if you do find an oath inside, they were supposed to stick it in this little pocket in the front. And we've taken all those out, but if you do find an oath inside, or you might find ID or something because they do put it into where the ballot is, do the same thing, take it out for us, and then we'll select those. When they're gonna start passing them out now, once you get them, please work as a team. That way, if one person has a question, you both can look at it at the exact same time, okay? You both need to work as a team, so you count, you check, you look, you open everything together, okay?
If today is your first day of canvas, please come up here so that Kevin can hear the other. Thank you all very much.
Another child.
Okay. So, everyone. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's, I know, as people know, because I, you know, you're should count, I'm just gonna have like, like that. It's like, it's only here. The idea that that's, we haven't had the numbers that you said is small. I mean, we'll have forward, you have.
It's sad, but. Awesome.
When you guys open the applications and you get the BMD ballot, the back, okay? When you get this, there is no ballot style on this, but there is a district and precinct. And on your application in the middle section is the district and precinct. So verify it that way. Do we have to do?
From not very much to go. Although she was the last sentence that says, experts say that
Oh, is that right? Well, this doesn't mean that you. Just means that they went through a lot of every tranche. Yeah, you got to go to the next. Yeah, well, if they didn't line in Silver Springs, they could easily be blaming you. Yeah. That can, I can't. I'm sure I can come up with something to agree with them.
Excuse me, everyone, for a second, please. Guys, just attention for a second. We said that we will interrupt anytime there is something that we believe we should share with everyone.
Okay, so a couple of things. On the regular ballot, it says P05. On the application, it'll say sometimes PS05. It's exactly the same thing. Or it'll have the district and precinct where the ballot style should be. The district and precinct is gonna be on the actual ballot also. So you'll be able to verify it regardless if it's a ballot style, a BS, or a P underscore ballot style, or if it's the district and precinct. Or the BMD ballot. They all have one of the three on there.
Yes. Yeah. I would say, go ahead and try. Go ahead and try. Get the National Guard on the road. Yeah. Well, we're at that point there. Candidate. Nope,
What is there for one?
no problem. I'm just making sure that my cord is working. In reality, I don't even need the cords while we're here. Feel free. Kevin, the floor, well, where's Daniel?
He was through one of these. Were you recording yourself?
Telling who? Telling who to leave you alone?
You want me to, I have to leave you alone for another 10 minutes? I mean, we can do that.
You're gonna leave me, it's already 3-2, you're gonna make it 3-1. No, Diane's already pointed it out.
Oh, she did?
She did. She did. I told her that if she wants to try a coup, this is the day to try it. But I have the National Guard on alert.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking that, but I wasn't about to say it. It was all three, they're all four of them were sitting there.
Like, at least for once, they were still having.
Yes, but there's Daniel trying to abandon me. You know.
So this is an 0401. And the question is with regard to question number 1.
Okay. That one. Is there a motion? Daniel,
On this ballot, I move that on this ballot, I move that we will accept this, vote again.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Daniel, Ami, Diane, Alex, and I vote aye. It is a vote against by unanimous vote.
Your electronic stamp.
No, I use it for almost everything that's gonna be my own, right?
Exactly.
I use it for my, everything that's gonna be. But I give this to staff.
Oh, okay.
So I love it for my own
Well,
stuff.
I miss watching it.
It automatically uploads right to your computer.
I know. It's so fun to watch. I do like my chili.
Okay. We're in 0715. Take a look at it, but the only thing I see is a basic overvote in the Senate race. It shouldn't have been a board referral. Pretty clear that they overvoted the race.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what we do about it.
Nothing.
This just goes away.
Well, once everyone agrees.
Here,
Yeah.
and. We're gonna be-
Okay. Okay, no need for a vote.
I'll mark that as they don't need to duplicate that.
Nope.
They highlighted.
Okay.
It might have been. Will they check that if they want? Oh, they have to read. Oh, it's, never mind.
The scanner is an overvote.
Right.
You're not doing it.
I thought the other ones.
Okay, this is an 0608. Board of Education.
Okay. This is what Board of Education at large looks like.
Oh, they tried in.
Yeah, no, I think that they vote, we're writing her in. That's the way I interpret
I
it.
think they didn't see it down here. They wrote in and then they got to the red one.
Say that it should be a write-in and then just.
Just ignore it.
Well, it's a vote, it's a write-in.
It's a write-in vote.
Yeah,
Write-in.
it's the wrong place.
Yeah, it's in the wrong place, but they didn't vote for anyone else.
It doesn't,
mean,
it's
it's not-
like a no vote.
It's, no,
But she's not in that race.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They can vote for her for both. They can vote for her for both.
By definition, a write-in and somebody. Oh, that's true.
I hear that every now and then write-in voters even vote for dead people.
I guess. But I'm saying
Does it
practically,
matter where the writing is?
In my opinion, no.
but what I'm saying is.
I mean, yes, it matters. If it's in the right place, that helps. But, you know.
Mr. President, you can't vote for Bridget yet. It's been accepted for the Board of Education at large, a vote for Bradley.
All right, is there a second?
I did not hear it.
She moved that, it's been moved and seconded that the vote for Board of Education at large be counted as a write-in vote for Brenda Diaz. I will support that motion. I will say that, number one, a voter can vote for the same person for every office if they would like. Number two, she is clearly eligible. It's an at-large race and which means you can live anywhere in the county.
Okay.
Number three, the person put it in the wrong place, but they did not mark any of the other circles. So to me, that is the clear intent of what this voter is trying to do. You could add number four, they voted for her in the other race as well.
Okay.
What would happen if she won both races?
She's not a certified candidate to run for Board of Education.
Well, I guess.
At large.
Well, no, I
First
think,
of all, you
yeah.
can't run.
Yeah.
It's problem.
Right,
Problem number two is she couldn't be then therefore a certified candidate for.
right, but if
Board
she,
of Ed at
right,
large.
but let's suppose that there was a grassroots movement that was not a certified candidate and she won plurality of the vote. I presume that she would have to choose which one she was accepting.
She wouldn't be a certified candidate.
Right, but wouldn't we, you're saying there's no way to count her votes even if she wins 100,000 votes?
Yeah, you have to be a certified candidate
But that's great.
for that
Huh.
race.
Okay. Good to know.
But Mr.
Anyway.
Mr. President, let's use efficiency here. Why don't we just fill in the oval for the write-in? And that way we don't have to duplicate the whole ballot.
That's a good.
Okay, that works for me, but we haven't voted yet.
Oh.
We haven't,
Oh, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself with my efficiency.
yes,
You haven't voted yet.
yes.
That's the problem.
Is there any further discussion on this ballot? Okay. Daniel, Ami, Diane, Alex. And I vote aye, it is unanimous.
Now, will the, do you think our team will figure out that?
It doesn't matter. She's not a certified write-in candidate.
Trouble with that last little thing there. Okay.
All that needs to happen is they have to run it through the machine.
They run it through the machine.
And it'll come out, and it'll come up as a write-in for a not certified write-in.
But The prism has finally.
It's the very same thing that would happen if you wrote in for a dead person, it would be the very same thing. It would just, a right, right.
It won't affect the rate.
Not dead yet. Maybe before the meeting's over, but not dead yet. I apparently got a write-in vote. I have a friend of mine who told me that I was written in, I didn't see the ballot, for US Senate. And I said to him, I wish you hadn't done that. But he said, I was waiting for you to run for office and you haven't done it yet, so.
Okay. So the issue here is with regard to question A, we're in 0701.
Okay, this is what it looks like. Question A. Question A. Is there a motion? Go ahead, Diane.
Okay, Mr. President, I move that we accept question A as a vote against.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Diane,
Yeah, aye.
Alex, Ami, Daniel, and I vote aye. It is a vote against. Unanimous. Sorry?
And look at all those people that voted on the ballot market.
Okay,
It's sort of interesting.
these are provisionals, right? No?
These are provisions.
Okay,
So crazy.
Time where we actually literally had to go ahead and have people.
right, we have to force people to use the VFD.
People to go ahead
Right,
and put
right.
At least 3 ballots,
Right,
3 votes.
Right.
on it.
right. Times have changed. And we'll keep
I
changing.
guess.
Oh, we know who will never change. We don't have to guess. We don't have to guess.
They're all good.
The federal government could eliminate election day ballots and you'll still be saying, I remember when, that's the best form of voting. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Okay.
Who do we have watching?
So this is in 13.1.
I don't know. Many are.
And there's an issue with regard to the judges for the circuit court, Circuit 6. And then an issue in Board of Education District 2.
Okay. So this is the vote for circuit for the judges. Where they seem to have lightly filled in the write-in without filling in the write-in. And this is the vote for District 2. Which way did I go last time? Okay. So I'm sorry. So this is the first issue. And then when you flip it over, that is the second issue.
Went through the scanner as you go through it for an overdraft, because the public is filled in for sure.
We have a,
Obviously,
we
there
have
are-
a partially filled in, right-in circle, but with no one written in it. That's in addition to the 4 votes for judge.
Yeah, you've had this.
And then on the other side, we have a pretty straight up cross out of one candidate with a vote for the other candidate, in my opinion. But it's coming your way. So I'm gonna start sending it this way first because it'll be more efficient. Okay. My choice. The awesome power of the chair.
There you go. The judges, right?
Yes. And then for Board of Education. Okay, is there a motion? Diane,
That we accept this as a vote for all listed circuit judges. And that we count this as a vote for Natalie Zimmerman.
is there a second? Any discussion? Alex, Diane, Ami, Daniel, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
Okay. Let's see if we have anything else.
Okay, well, you know,
I mean, really, with these ballot marking devices, they're pretty much just nothing to do with them. Make sure you've got the right bag.
for the ballot marking devices, right?
And
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, for the ballot marking devices, that's true.
what I've seen people.
Well, that's why the money to fix the ballot marking devices is really a minor amount compared to the grief that not using them causes. I mean, if you think about all the different ballot styles we have to have at all the different early voting centers. And then you think about, you know, I mean, the biggest issue we have right now is the lines at the ballot marking devices.
I know, yeah.
If you can fix the navigation issue, I mean, that's really the biggest issue with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it still provides a paper trail, so it's not like it's an electronic voting, it's just an electronic way of marking.
Right, yeah.
So,
I'm just surprised that the people have to wait in line for those provisions to late.
we're waiting another line, waiting like to use the ballot marking device. Yeah, well, depends where. Depends, yeah.
I said there is now, there really used to be.
Right, didn't used to be, right. Well, now we give everybody a choice. I think it's also a question of how you say it. Right? If you say to people, we need someone to vote on this machine, will you do it? It's different than,
Yeah.
would you rather vote on paper or electronic?
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
and admittedly, there are people who go in both directions, but they're, you know,
It's, you know,
yeah. Oh, I know what you would say.
Okay.
All right, what you got?
0408 in the office for president and vice president.
Okay. That's what it looks like. President and vice president. I think they have made their intent clear.
Who's the president of this court? I mean, never mind. I don't want. Maybe the mic is on, so I'm not gonna. Okay. That's an interesting.
Is that?
I know.
Yes.
It's not actually the same problem.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
They even put their initials.
Oh, they were pretty emphatic.
Mhm.
They were pretty emphatic. Not just no exclamation point. You know. Yeah. All right. Is there a motion?
They didn't
Daniel.
sign their name.
that ballot for the office of president,
Yes.
accounted for Montgomery.
Okay, is there a second? Any discussion? All right, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous and emphatically stated by that voter.
The next one.
I do appreciate the voters who are clear in their intent. And yet had the self-restraint. So the only commentary was the exclamation point. As
Yeah.
opposed to the people who give us,
That's true.
lots of commentary.
DMV, we haven't adjudicated none of these.
Not this election. How do you have ambiguous voter intent on a VMB? Identify mark? Ah,
On the camera.
that would be the only way. Okay, the camera's off. Okay, I guess that's how you do it.
Son of a gun.
It's the only way we could have an issue if the person signed their ballot. They signed their BMD ballot, which takes a lot of work.
And I've often said.
Yeah.
I guess it's provisional. I can see.
Okay, is there a motion? Is there a second? Any discussion? To reject it for an identifying mark. Daniel, Ami, Diane, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. That, yeah,
I mean, the thing, you're even going to the effort of voting provisionally.
you should feel free to support my legislative proposal to do away with that law.
Well, no, I think the greater issue in ways that individuals.
Oh, I think that the greater issue no longer exists. Have you seen any instances of the greater issue being an issue in the time that, that, I mean, have you,
This country.
okay,
But it
well,
wasn't that country.
okay.
I was listening to a documentary, and they specifically stated one of the reasons for the anonymity was because the union worked that there because they participated in that anti-
Right, but we're not talking about forcing people to sign. We're talking about not killing their vote when they do.
Right, but I'm saying you have to preserve the rule to guard against the greater evil of the rules of voting.
Okay, so the answer to my question is you are still opposed
Oh,
to it?
yes.
Okay, okay. Well, we'll see whether the board agrees.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I mean, we have bigger issues, but I'm still very much bothered by the fact that people lose their vote that way.
Yeah.
Is that it, Kevin?
That's it.
Okay.
we got
Do you know if we're meeting at 5? Okay. Okay, good enough. Thank you very much.